Test. Hey, gamers. Happy birthday, Listening Garden. And happy birthday, No Country for Old Twinks, if you're here. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a good birthday. And... wait, is it actually today, or... like, is today the day of your birthday, or is it? Because if it is, wow, I'm very honored that you're watching my stream on your birthday. Thank you. Everybody say happy birthday. Okay, let's play Zelda. Oh, hi everybody. Also, Larger Birdie, thank you for the resub. 14 months. Wait, is that with your Prime? Oh, Pazuzu, thank you for the bits. Thanks, Pazuzu. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Which of two Valve games are set in the same universe? A. Portal and Left 4 Dead, B. Half-Life and Left 4 Dead,
it's Half-Life,
C. Half-Life
and Portal.
Or D. Half-Life
Yeah,
and Counter-Strike.
Everybody knows that. If you were here yesterday, Tuesday, you know that.
C. Half-Life and Portal.
Oh god, I didn't check it to see if my file would still be there. I'm so glad I checked. Also, thanks so much everybody for stopping by. Say hi to everybody. Birdie, Koji Roll Encounters, Pazuzu, Future Skeleton, Adamine. Oh, you got a, oh, also Xenon? Oh, Encounters, you got a video. Hell yeah. I hope it works. I like whenever people get a video, I'm like, I hope it works. Wait, is this the, this is the
Ollie, here we're going to show you how to
video we got last
stems.
time.
So let's get started. This is going to be kind of easy to do. We're going to just turn it this way, and then we're going to expose our stems. And we're just going to cut the bottoms off to remove our stems. And that's how you cut kale stems. Thank you for watching. Stay smooth.
Stay smooth. Thank you. Yeah, we did see that last time, didn't we? By this time, I hope everybody knows how to cut kale stems. Okay, so last time, Navi has to say, go check inside the Temple of Time. I always forget that when you save and quit, as a kid, it starts you back at Kokiri Forest. I did get past Jabu. Yeah. No, but yeah, we got all the we got every single spiritual stone. Yep, here they are. All three of them. Oh, before we go back, we got to go get Din's fire. Because if I don't, then I won't have it for a while. Right. Also, yeah, how many people were at the went to Costco yesterday? And by yesterday, I mean in 2019. That was such a fun stream. It was such a fun... I was able to get a bunch of stuff I needed to get at Costco. There was a big sort of time gap that I don't really remember, but it was still super fun. I think it's going to be on Shindig's account, like the VOD. Oh, hey, Wolf Pony. Welcome. Wow, I pulled out a bomb way too early for that. So those of you who are just joining now, this is a game called The Legend of Zelda Ocarina's Time. And you play as a small boy named Brendan. And I'm trying to save the world. Stuff happens. Hey, Boomer. Zelda's Legend. Everybody knows about this game. Everybody has some sort of Zelda shirt. Indie classic. Hey, Cranky Geek. Yeah, I really loved my plate of onions and salt and pepper and ketchup and mustard. Delicious. I should probably get inside of the castle. You're going to Costco again tomorrow? Hey, Shindigs. How are you? Man, yeah, Shindigs, remember when we went to remember when we went there in 2019? That was crazy. That was before all the masks, the pandemic. Boy, were we wrong about what we thought 2020 was gonna be like. It felt so long ago. But it's still so fresh in my mind. It felt like it was just yesterday. Also, Birdie, if you don't have, if you don't live near a Costco, you should check if Costco will deliver to you. Because if you buy, I think, over $75 worth of stuff, they deliver. Those syringes were full of MDMA? Man, yeah, I had like 6 of those. That was crazy. I was probably so delirious and just dehydrated. What's up? Campbell people weren't really Costco staff either. It was just a prank. We got pranked by who's the most popular prank people on YouTube right now? Who's like who? Do people still do like big pranks? They probably do, right? Why isn't this? There we go. Okay. Peterson. We got pranked by Jordan Peterson. He was like, "Oh, I think you should take this syringe. It's full of something good that'll make you full of meat that'll make you healthy." This lady's gonna give us a way to blow everything up around us. He gives it to us for free. It's so nice. Very responsible to give to a child. Imagine meeting a lady in an alleyway and she's like, "Hey, here's a grenade. But I guess here's a way to like create grenades anytime you want. Anyway, bye." I would take it too. Yeah, of course. Who wouldn't take it? Also, I think I left my cursor on this screen. You're a sucker for the witch. Oh man. Oh, the one in the witches in the spirit temple? You almost an alleyway and he gives you one of those. Oh, the did that bonk sound work? I don't think I heard a bonk. Hold on. Be 1 sec. Okay, there you go. I just opened up a sound like I opened up myinstance.com and just played it. Ooh. Nice. I love that at nighttime. They tell you, and somebody tells you, like, you gotta be careful. Like, at night, there's a ton of dogs that love to roam around. But it's just these kind of, like, cute dogs. In the API grant. Yeah, actually, you know what? I could totally do that, Birdie. That actually wouldn't be hard to do. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. API that some sort of and oh, here we go. API bomb. Yeah. That actually, I don't think that should be that hard to do. And I feel like it would be more reliable too if I'm doing it. Is there anything I can get at the store? Oh, hold on. I'm gonna come back here during the. Deathloop is out in 4 days. I remember seeing early like trailers for it, and I didn't really know what it was about. So I wasn't that thrilled by it, but it seems like a lot of I keep on hearing about it, so. Trying to see if there's like anything I should buy before leaving. I think a lot of the shit I could just kind of get. What does a blue fire do? I don't remember blue fire. What have they made? What games have they made before Deathloop? Wait, this is the wrong way. I don't want to go this way. I want to go to the Temple of Time. The one thing that we witnessed while leaving, or after going from Jabu Jabu to here to Hyrule Town Market, is Zelda left. Ganondorf is like now taking over the castle. There are 3. Oh wait. There are 3 hollows and inscription in here. Ye who owns 3 spiritual stones stand with Ocarina of Time and play the Song of Time. That is how the inscription reads. That's it. Oh, they made arcane. Oh, it's arcane, so they made Pray and Dishonored. Oh, okay. Oh. God, we have to play the Song of Time, not Zelda's song. There they are. I won all of those. Also, do they ever... Now that I'm thinking about this, do they ever tell you what happens when you go in here? Like, do they ever say, like, oh, you're gonna grow up? They just say, like, oh, go to the Temple of Time. They never say that you grow older, do they? Brendan, isn't that? You want all of those from a gacha game? That actually wouldn't be a bad win from a gacha game, because those are pretty cool looking gems. The legendary blade, the Master Sword. Everybody knows about this. Everybody loves the Master Sword. Everybody's always talking about the Master Sword. They want to grab it with A. It's so master, why can't you upgrade it? That's because it's already upgraded fully. You can't upgrade it anymore. Oh no. Oh fuck, he got in too. He got into the sacred realm. That laugh. Wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. I wish I did a... I feel like I should have taken a... made a funnier name, but I think Brendan's kind of funny. Sounds like a name, like somebody, just a regular name that somebody could have in a world like this. Raru is. Wow. So this is the Sacred Realm, and it's guarded by the Temple of Time. And yeah, now you're here. You're talking to this guy. Don't feel alarmed. Look at yourself. You know, it has the same type of opening as this as Metal Gear Solid 5. It's been 9 years. You're big now. You're grown up. Actually, I think it's only been like 7 years. Just like, this is just like Big, the famous Tom Hanks movie. 7 years. Okay, so it's been 7 years. So I think you're 7 originally. So right now Link is 14 years old. Wouldn't consider that an adult, but you know, yeah, I wouldn't consider that an adult. I guess maybe back then that was considered an adult age. Oh no, now Hyrule's a world of monsters. In fantasy terms, he's halfway through his life. Yeah. I remember always hearing about when I was little that like people's average age was like 40 or something, or 30 or 40. And I always thought that was because people just died when they were 40 years old. But I think that people still live to be like 80 or to like 70 to 100, but they just, a lot of more people died earlier, especially during childbirth, and it just brought down the average a ton. It's a very weird fact that I thought of right now. Very weird. Yeah. Lots of people live to be 100. When I was little, I thought like the max age was like 40, and you couldn't grow any older than that. Anyway, we got this big plate, big old coin. This is this merch. Find the other sages and save Hyrule. So now we're back. It's been it's our friend. When evil rules all, an awakening voice from the sacred realm will call those destined to be sages who dwell in the 5 temples. Wait, in the 5 temples? Oh yeah, it is 5. Why did I think there were like way more temples than 5? Yeah, it's just 5. I think because I was counting the 3 you do when you're a kid. I thought that there were 8 temples I had to beat. Oh. Yeah, Sheik is gonna be following us. I don't know. How many people know who Sheik is? I think this was like kind of a cool like surprise when I first played this game. Gotta go find our friend. If you believe in what I'm saying, you could head to the Kakariko village. You understand, Brendan? You bet. You need another skill. Oh! Yeah, so we gotta go to the forest temple. Also, this was something I used to always do when I was a kid. Like this. You like backflip onto here, and you can just kind of hang out with the spiritual stones. So we need a. Oh, look at the Death Mountain. Now it looks really bad. So remember, 7 years has passed. This is what the town is like now. Nothing, just zombies. But watch what happens. This is kind of a cool little detail. When you kill one of the zombies, they just all like go to that zombie. I think they do sometimes. Like, I guess they like might disappear. I'm surprised that one disappeared so quickly. I didn't know they disappeared that quickly. I remember when I would play, like, you would kill one of them and then like all of them would like go to that zombie. Oh shit, look. Place has been taken over by this guy. You're brave and handsome too. Oh, thank you. Hee. Your name is Brendan, isn't it? Oh my god. If I looked as good as you, I can run a different kind of business. Like what? What is that supposed to mean? Tell us a stupid story about our new apartment so far. Our apartment, right now, and I guess this is gonna kind of be a forever thing with our apartment, but it always smells like garbage because we pay for this. We have to pay for this weird service where people, it's like because they have like garbage chutes, but they always get backed up. We have to pay for, we like mandatory have to pay for this service where 5 days out of the week, somebody comes by and picks up garbage from our like apartment front door, which sounds nice, but the problem with it is that it makes the hallways like always smell just like garbage. It'll be a really stupid story, your credit card number and the 3 digits on the back. I've told that story so many times. Yeah, it sucks. And like, it's so weird that it's a thing. Can I talk to, oh no. So yeah, this is the castle now. I can't go there because I need a bridge to get over there. So we'll be coming back here later. We got to get more medallions. If I was speedrunning this, then I'd be able to just get like put bugs in a bottle and do whatever. And go through a door and then somehow end up at the end of the game. Yeah, that's like one of the worst, weirdest downsides of where we are, is that it always smells like garbage. Inside our apartment smells very nice right now, and the inside of our apartment's super clean and good. Not just clean, but like we have a newer like building, so it's easy to clean, which is great. Like it's so nice. Not living in a building where the floor is like super old linoleum and looks constantly dirty. Bugs in a bottle is a strat. Yes, there is a strat where you can I don't know how it works. You like pick up a bug, you like switch items around, you put down a bug, you do something. It's in the tree, your dad. You go into your dad's tree and you get to the boss room and you do some like bug thing, and after that like you get to the end of the game. It's some crazy exploit, and that's what people do for speedruns of this game. Oh, visitor, it's been a long time since Ganondorf came. People in the castle town have gone. Monsters are wondering where. Does she not remember me? Oh no. Oh yeah, that's right. Her dad was kicked out because Ingo was like, I hate this guy. I'm gonna kick him out because I do all the work. Explaining speedrun strats just sounds like nonsense. It really does. Just, yeah, pick up a bug in a bottle and put it somewhere. You see smelly apartment. I see free food. You're looking at it wrong. I guess you could, I mean, the thing is like, it's just a garbage smell, but there's no garbage anywhere. Which is the weirdest part. Because you would think that, like, if you move garbage, like, you move the smell too, but I guess you don't somehow. It's to the point now where Lonnie was like, maybe I'll just buy, like, Febreze and just leave it in, like, the hall area. Just to use, for people to use. Because one thing Febreze is actually really good at doing, if you don't get the super strong scented ones, is it just captures, like, bad smell and, like, makes it so it doesn't smell like anything anymore. That's the actual magic of Febreze. It's not the, like, nice smell it has. It's that it actually does eliminate weird smells. So the great Ganondorf recognized my obvious talent and gave the ranch to me. Wow, that's some... Dang. Dang, young man. Ride one of my fine horses? Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. So, normally you have this horse, or he tries to give you that horse, but I think if I do, oh, fuck, what's the song? What's Epona's song? Oh my god, I totally forget what Epona's song is. I kind of want to, like, see if I can remember it. It's like, yeah. There it is. I knew I could remember it. First try. Someone recently accidentally discovered a speedrunning strat for Wind Waker where they poured water on some plant boss and to pour one out for the boys, and it instantly killed it. Whoa, really? That's so interesting. So there's some way, I think, that you start a race with him. Maybe you don't have to write him. Here, I'm gonna try now. I'm gonna say yes, I'm done. It's true, plants hate water. The whole point of the thing I'm doing right now is basically to get Epona, which is the pony that we saw when we were a kid. We play her song, then we do something. But I forget how you trigger it though. There's like something you have to do to trigger like racing this asshole over here. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're gonna race him now. I think this race is kind of easy. Thought you were supposed to talk to them all on the horse. I did too. Yeah, yeah. So I think maybe you have to do it twice. Yeah, I did it. I think I have to race him one more time. Dude, if the great Ganondorf found out about this humiliation, hey, how about another race? If you win, you can keep the horse. Got it. Oh, the ending to the ending to like this whole thing is so funny to me. You'll see. It's a. Oh God, am I gonna lose? Oh, get the fuck out of my way. Oh no, I think I'm gonna lose. Fuck, no! I'm gonna have to wait another $50. I was carrot slamming too hard. You can't use up all the carrots because I don't know, for some reason if you do, then they don't regenerate. Please let me go. Please let me win. Hey, JJ. Yeah, the horse racing. Okay, the horse racing you have to do in Majora's Mask. There's one specific part that I remember being really hard. One of the horse races. I think it's also the horse race to get Epona in that one too. What's up with that horse? Is that Epona? How did you tame that wild horse? Right under my nose. I love how his chest hair goes like all the way up his up to like almost the bottom of his chin. Ha ha ha. As I promised, I'll give the horse to you. However, I'll never let you leave this ranch. It's such a funny, even when I was a little kid, I was like, what the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Why? You can't just like lock a person in a ranch like this, because eventually you have to get in here and, anyway, yeah, you just jump and, you're out, and you're out. We did it. Now we have a horse. So this will help us get to places faster. I'm trying to think of more stupid stories about our new apartment. It's actually like been pretty nice, all things considered. There hasn't been like, oh, I guess there was a, our toilet broke. That's kind of a stupid story. Our like the handle on our toilet broke on like Friday night last week. And they couldn't fix it until Tuesday. So we just had a broken toilet. But it was only broken because the handle was broken, which means we just had to like pull something inside the toilet tank to flush it. It was awful, I know. Toilet slamming too hard. Yeah, it was just that it was like the arm that pulls the chain up like snapped in half because it was like this, it just looked like this really cheap plastic. Yeah. Caught a Poe, nice. I forget what you do with Poes. I think you can eat them and they might hurt you, or they might not hurt you. Anyway. Hey, young man, are you fast on your feet? I may not look like it, but I'm confident in my speed. Let's have a race. Follow me if you dare. Yeah, you just have to follow the ghost of Dompe, and he throws fire at you. Whoa, there's Re-Dead in that room? I could like hear them. I didn't know there were like zombies in this. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, that's it. That was an easy race. This is the thing we had. This is the new skill we had to get. We're very quick to be able to keep up with me. Yeah, we get the hook shot. The hook shots. This was the first. Was this the first hook shot in any game? Like this type of item? I think it was. Really love this level. Level anxiety and uncertainty that did give me it when I first saw them. Yeah. I love the Re-Dead in Majora's Mask because there's like a whole area where it's just like Re-Dead, but also like mummies, and they're more they're not just like scary, they're more like humanized, I guess. This is kind of the adult boom, but you could use it to pull yourself up to places. I don't know why I'm explaining all this shit. Like, everybody knows this stuff, right? Everybody's played this this game. Did I kill one of the Re-Deads in the castle town? Yeah, I did. Something weird that happened when I did, though. They walked up to it. Like, the zombie started walking up to the dead one, but then he disappeared for some reason. Oh, I didn't know we would end up here. That's kind of cool. This is a cool area. So this is one of the first kind of weird time paradoxes. Oh, wait. I'll never forget what happened on that day 7 years ago. Grr. It's all that Ocarina kid's fault. Next time he comes around here, I'm gonna mess him up. What? You've got an Ocarina? What the heck? That reminds me of that kid 7 years ago. Back then, a mean kid came in here and played a strange song. It messed up this windmill. I say this is a time paradox because nobody knows, like, you don't, the Song of Storms, like, technically then, like, just didn't come from anywhere. Because eventually I go back as a kid and play that song for a part of the story. But I learned that song from him, but, like, in that time I already played the song. So how would I have known it as a kid? It's the paradox created. Hey, Box. It's yeah, it's freaky stuff. Oh, here's that old man that we saw in the town. He's here now. A long time ago, there was a man in this very village who had an eye that could see the truth. Now, usually, you have to train your mind's eye strenuously to actually see the truth. This fella, no, they say he had a different way of doing things. House stood where the well is now. Damn. I wonder if that's going to be a thing. Wonder what's first right now. Area 2. Whoa, wait, what the heck was Mario thinking when he wrote this? What was Mario and his friend Luigi wrote this? Boy, like you entering a house. I want to talk to your parents. Oh, well, this isn't my house anyway. This is the Great Impa's house. The Great Impa has gone to the graveyard to seal up the humongous creature in there. Oh, shit, this is Impa's house? Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, that's kind of... Oh, that's kind of cool. I think she's probably fine. Play the song Metal Gear Solid 3. Pops up. That would be... that would be really funny. I don't think that was even a... I remember thinking, like, when I was little playing this game, I was like, wait, how would I know the song if I was taught the song? But then how did I play it first? Oh, I don't know. And, like, I just didn't really think about it that much, but it did seem kind of weird to me. It's probably just, like, a fun little, like, time joke. Just like a time humor. Time travel humor. So... what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna go to the forest. Little time tricks. God, I can't believe it's already September. I feel like time is passing very quickly. Before we know it, it's gonna be Christmas. Almost mid-September. What did people think of the Matrix? Of the Matrix trailer? I kept on hearing that I feel like I never see discourse, but I feel like Lonnie follows film Twitter way more than I do, and tells me about discourse that's going on. And apparently people were pissed off about People were either happy or pissed off at the people that were happy, or pissed off at the people pissed off. It looks like it looks like it could be good. It looks pretty. It's got, so the cool thing that made me excited was hearing the classic Matrix punches. The like whoosh, I can't do it, but like the like trademarked. Oh my god. Oh, Box, thank you so much for getting a thing.
An enigmatic box.
For getting
you
a capsule.
Enjoy good health.
You'll enjoy good health. That's a good one. Can you type me? Oh. Can't wait for plastic rubber CGI Keanu Reeves. I can't wait for just to see Matrix shit again. Whoa, KK Cyber, hey! Well, welcome everybody to Zelda. Wow. Shout out KK Cyber. Thanks so much for the raid. Everybody who's joining, I'm JamsVirtual. I'm an alien who's recently declassified by the CIA. And now I'm playing video games because they don't deem me a threat. Thanks everybody for joining. What were you all playing just now? Oops, that's not the song. So, oh shit, you're playing Deus Ex? Whoa, nice. That is a game I've been meaning to play for a very long time. That's one of those, like, a game I want to stream eventually, because I've only seen, like, screenshots and small clips of it, and it looks really cool. And I kind of got more interested in it recently because people kept comparing, what's it called? Cruelty Squad to Deus Ex. And I absolutely love Cruelty Squad. So, the heck of a ride. Definitely a challenge, but it's a blast. Oh, nice. Where's that sound coming from? Sounds like it's from over here. Yeah, I hear it's very, I've heard that it's very challenging. The reason I'm playing this game is because I really want to play Majora's Mask, because that's like top 3 favorite games of all time. But I realized I haven't played Ocarina of Time in like years. So I wanted to go through it again to see how good it is, if it holds up. I'm like not rushing through the game, but I'm definitely not 100%ing it. And but then when I play Majora's Mask, I don't know, I want to like marathon it or something, because it's such a good game. Cruelty Squad, like a love letter to Deus Ex and other games, from what I can tell. Cruelty Squad is I'm so glad that Cruelty Squad is getting the like rightful praise that it deserves, because it does feel like a game. It does feel like an indie game I could see just getting completely overlooked, and just a lot of people being like, "Oh, what the fuck? This is like weird," and like never even trying to play it because the visuals are just too alienating. But yeah, the guy who made it, Billy, is super talented. Oh, I have to attack him. Also, yeah, the soundtrack is super good. Oh, that you might start a replay of Deus Ex and its soundtrack is some god tier shit. For Deus, I haven't heard the Deus Ex soundtrack, but I believe you. It's just, I think probably, I mean, I was talking about this on stream a while ago, but I think Cruelty Squad is just doing really well right now because it's so different and not many things like it exist right now. Yeah, he's just, yeah, Billy's like a good artist, period. Because he did a lot of art stuff before making Cruelty Squad. Actually, I think he might have worked on some game stuff before Cruelty Squad. He definitely worked on like animations and stuff. Deus Ex's soundtrack is really recognizable. Oh, nice. Okay. I'm sure I've probably heard some of the tracks. Yeah, David Jaffe really did, you know, solidify the... Oh, oops. Really solidified the fan base. I think I could just hit him because he can't turn around. I don't know if he gives you something. It's gonna lurk while I go AFK. All right, yeah, thanks again for the raid, KK Cyber. Everybody should follow KK Cyber. She's a really good VTuber. With a good good cyber aesthetic. And plays really good games too. Oh, look who it is. It's Sheik. Damn, I wonder who this is. Load time is always cruel. Its speed seems different for each person, but no one can change it. Damn, Sheik's like, time is a flat circle. Oh, here's when we start learning the really good songs. I think this was the one song that I remembered. Cruelty Squad is the best thing I've played in a while. CS is 100% or Counter-Strike or Cruelty Squad. Whenever I see CS, I think of Counter-Strike just from memory. Cruelty Squad is 100% virtual successor to 64, and I'm constantly amazed by that. It actually, out of mind, like it super is. There is a very definite like when I play Cruelty Squad, I do like there is like the spirit of Cruelty Squad does feel like Mario 64 because of all the like weird secrets and shit and all the possibilities in every level. Peak radiates twink. You dare say femboy energy? Yeah, everybody was saying how this isn't the game with Twink playing. But we got Sheik. Also, this is the Forest Temple. This used to be... I used to be scared of this place, and I used to really dislike this song when I was little because the music scared me. But now I really like this music because it's scary. It's so good. I remember everybody I knew who played this game was like, oh, I hate the music in the Forest Temple. But then when I got older playing this game, I'm like, wait, this is really good. It's such a weird song. So now the temples are going to start getting more complicated. Friend and I would leave it on at night and spook ourselves. That's really funny. Lots of places where as a child in Ocarina of Time. Yeah, Yamano Bed. Definitely agree. Like I think I was terrified of under the bottom of the well in this game. I was terrified of a lot of places. And then even more places in Majora's Mask. Ceremony for Mana used to scare me the same way. I've never played Secret of Mana. There's a few songs from Secret Mana that I really like. Yeah, like I love this big room and like how dark and overgrown it feels. Like all the vines on the walls and everything's like super, there's no like sunlight coming in, everything's like super shaded. I feel like I could smell this place. As weird as that sounds, I feel like I can. There's so much texture and everything here that. Oh. I'm not sure what my favorite temple is. Definitely not the fire temple. The fire temple's like okay. Like it's just kind of like it's kind of mid. The water temple, I think like aesthetically the water temple is kind of good, but obviously everybody, I mean, it's not great. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world the way everybody depicts it, but yeah, this room is really cool. This is like one of the few outdoor areas of the Forest Temple, isn't it? I'm trying to remember if there were any other outdoor areas. It's almost like easy to not realize that it's. I think I gotta go up there eventually, and the water drops down. I definitely like this this temple, like this forest temple, better than the Majora's Mask forest temple. I really like in Majora's Mask how much stuff there is before you go into a temple. Oh god, it's these guys. Oh, nice. These aren't the ones that break up into bones, and you gotta kill the other one really quickly. The water temple in Majora's Mask. Yeah, that one's really cool too. The water temple in Majora's Mask. That one has a lot of that one can get kind of confusing. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I should get some help. Oh, there's the fairy right there. Please heal me. Please heal me. Please heal me. Thank you. Wow, so stressful. Yeah, the Shadow Temple is... The Shadow Temple in this game probably has the most memorable like rooms and set pieces. Like I always think about like the guillotine traps that you have to like walk down this like narrow path, and then the boat. The boat where you ride down the river, the Styx river of Styx, Styx river. One of those. I think these are oh, Yamano Bed, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So much for joining. I hope you're having a good day. Bongo Bongo is probably my favorite fight next to Dead Hand. Bongo Bongo is really good. I really like the... Even though I feel like the Shadow... Or not the Shadow Temple, the Spirit Temple... feels kind of forgettable to me in certain ways. I am kind of excited to revisit it, but I really like the two witches at the boss you fight. That's like, they're like one of my favorite bosses you fight in this game. Because they're one of the few bosses besides the boss here that actually like talks to you. I'm gonna bed. I'm glad you're having a good day. Zeldas are also morbid. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely, like 100%. Where did this? That way. Like, I kind of miss the way these games felt compared to... I guess the only Zelda games I played after Majora's Mask was I never beat Wind Waker, but I played a bunch of it, and Breath of the Wild, and like that's it. Yeah, I never played like Skyward Sword or Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess quite captured the same feeling, though the Water Temple fight was pretty cool. I'm not sure why I was gravitated way... Like, whenever I played newer Zeldas, they always felt, like, weirdly off to me. I'm not sure why. Like, it always felt like I was playing a... like a fake version of a Zelda. Except for Breath of the Wild. I did really enjoy that game. Especially for how, like, different it was. Twilight also had Mallow, which is the best Zelda character ever made. Wait, who's Mallow? Is that the small, like, the like, small fairy, like, girl character with, like, the giant mask? Or is that somebody else? Weird cubey child. Oh, wait, one of the three kids that you see in the beginning who are like part of the tutorial? Didn't mean to do that. Okay, yeah. My favorites are the N64 game, Spirit Tracks, and Breath of the Wild. I played a little bit of Spirit Tracks, but I didn't like playing a Zelda game on my DS. I've never played the Master Quest version of these games. I actually don't even know what they look like how much they change. I just heard that they make the temples more challenging. I hate these guys so much. I agree with about the Wind Waker feeling very open. Oh, we're turning sideways. Fuck, it's locked. I had a feeling that door was gonna be locked. I think this has happened to me before, where I'll come into this room and I'll be like, oh, I don't have a key. They just changed the dungeons, I think, didn't notice. Really? You didn't notice, it probably wasn't that much worse. Skyward Sword had some great moments and had the best antagonist. Ooh. One thing that was really disappointing, I bought the Zelda, what's it called? God, what is it called? It's just like an art book, but it was also like the history of Zelda. And like the Master Quest. No. What was it called? I forget what it was called. It was like a really big popular book that was like I was kind of looking forward to because I wanted to see more like art and stuff for Majora's Mask. And there was, I think, like 1.5 pages dedicated to Majora's Mask in like this whole thick book, and most of the book was just Skyward Sword. I remember feeling really bummed out. I think the GameCube Master Quests are different. Oh, really? That's... Okay, so I got the key in here. That means I gotta get the somewhere else? I got the key out in the courtyard. It's one of these. No, this just leads out to the, yeah. Him gets a bad rap for being yet another villain. I thought he was. Oh, I haven't seen, I don't, that is probably, I haven't seen that character. So I 100% trust you, JJ. Already got those. Here. I'm playing this without a guide because I played this a ton when I was little, and I figured I'll probably be able to do it without a guide. There are definitely parts that I'll just sometimes get lost. This is definitely one of those parts. There's a few. I remember there's one part in this where there's like a key I need to get, and I always forget where it is. Specifically in this like beginning part. And then once I get the bow and arrow, then I'm fine. Oh, yeah. We haven't been in this room yet. Wait, have we? I think we have been in here, haven't we? Yeah, this is... Maybe... Oh, you know what? There's probably a key in here that I didn't get. probably on one of these floors. But if I like look around enough, I'll find it. Yeah, it wasn't like that door. There was, I remember there being like somewhere in here you could get a key. Or I could be crazy. Oh, maybe it's over. No, that's just. Oh yeah, you hit that with a bow and arrow and then something happened. This place, so cool. Also, I just realized I think I got interrupted when I was talking about the freaking Matrix. But I kind of had I was half expecting it to look exactly like John Wick, and I'm kind of happy that it doesn't. I kept on seeing tweets that were like, it's got John Wick vibes. But then, I don't know, I feel like it didn't have John Wick vibes. It just kind of felt like The Matrix, but like everybody was just kind of a bit more modern. It didn't have, it didn't do what I thought, they didn't do what I thought they would do, which is, create the next, like, become like the sort of milestone in Y2K fashion revival. They didn't do that. I was hoping they would, but they didn't. I thought everybody was going to be coming out and looking like I wanted to see the twins. The twins with dreads. I just wanted to see them. I wanted to see them again in some form. People did have big overcoats, like big like leather coats, so that's a good sign for me. John Wick vibe, I guess, came from people just glancing at it and noticing Keanu. Yeah, it's. I literally like read people being like, yeah, it gave me John Wick vibes, and I mean, yeah, I guess Keanu Reeves, like. That's just like having Keanu Reeves vibes. I don't know. Thought everyone was out. Silver tube pops. I was hoping so. It's certainly like it doesn't have the fashion I was hoping it would have, but you can't have everything. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I think. I'm trying to remember what you have to do. Don't you have to like dive into one of these, like in the water, in one of these areas? Like down here? Oh no. Okay, I think there's a key in there, but I think we get that later. What I probably have to do is use my hook shot somewhere. Maybe right here? No? I haven't been using my hook shot. I could try to climb up here, but I have a feeling you can actually get the key by getting the iron boots. I think he's gonna hit me off. Oh shit, he doesn't. For some reason, I thought that one would hit me off. Oh, okay. It would be really funny to go back there. Do people actually like go back there to get the iron boots? Or with the iron boots to get the key down there? Can you do them out of order like that? That's the... Oh, did we only get the map from that? Damn. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I went through the wrong door. They have to see you to hit you. Really? I thought it was just like by proximity when you got close to them. Oh, well, he's looking at me right now. Oh, shit, you're right. What the hell? I didn't know that. That's... Wait, that's kind of crazy. I actually, like, didn't know that you can, that they have to be looking at you. I just thought if you got close to them... Okay, this is... You do a lot out of order. Ocarina of Time. That's pretty... Games where you can do stuff out of order is always fun. That's definitely the appeal of all the Elder Scrolls games. Or just like any of those games from Bethesda, is that everything's out of order and you could do whatever you want and everything's buggy as shit, but it's fine. Here's the water can't complete until you get the bow, but you can force temp. Oh. Wow. One day I want to try the randomizer for these. Because everybody says how cool they are. And I think there's a few people who always talk about the randomizer for Ocarina of Time in our chat. I probably love Lane. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I've never tried a randomizer either. It seems really interesting, just in concept. Because I think I'm pretty sure that, I mean, as well, like good randomizers always will give you items that you'll be able to progress no matter what. Like you'll never get to a point where it's like, oh shit, like I got totally useless items for the last like bit, the first big treasure chest. Yeah, getting like soft lock. I'm drinking is like a it's like a hard seltzer. It's like fruit, it's like tropical punch flavor. It's pretty good. Okay. God, I love this. I love this hallway so much. They do that gimmick once in Majora's Mask at the very beginning. It's super good. I watched some Resident Evil randomizers and be able to generate items. Blocked. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would just expect for a randomizer to still be like semi-random, but to make sure, okay, like by a certain point you should get this specific item and create a randomizer out of that. So it's not like totally 100% random, but I think these guys will still hurt me even if I have my shield up sometimes. Oh! I love that part. Wait, after you kill that guy, he breaks up into a bunch of pieces, but it lags out your N64. It's kind of funny that it lags it out in when emulating it too. Wow, the fairy bow. Now we can stuff. Damn, now I want to play Deus Ex. Now that I'm thinking about Deus Ex. Oh, wow. So, oh, right here. This is a little funny trick. The whole thing you do in this temple is you just kill these 4 ghosts. Very exciting fight. Also, did Item Label announce the restock yet? I know when it is, but like I don't know if I can say when it is. Because if it's announced, I was gonna say when it is. It's gonna be soon. Yeah, we're gonna have a restock soon. I know when the date is, but I don't know if I can say when it is yet. I'm kind of excited for it. There's a lot of stuff planned for it. There's stuff like planned in the future as well. I might be declassified, but the item label restock date remains classified. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. Oh. Also, hey, Coffee Stomach. How are you doing? Okay. Well, it's gonna be okay. I guess I don't want to say the date just in case. It's very soon though, barring anything bad. Definitely, like, I mean, obviously this month, but like, very soon, pretty soon. Allergies bad. Good. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry you're having allergies. I hope your allergies stop happening. I never really got bad allergies, but I have friends who have pretty bad allergies, and it never sounds fun. I'm just allergic to penicillin. Watch for the shadows. Oh yeah, here's the creepy crawly guy. You guys want to see the weird hand, the creepy hand that grabs you? This motherfucker. If you stay in one place, he like grabs you and then takes you he takes you to the beginning of the level. The hand from Adam's family. God. The Adams family. I haven't thought of the Adams family in so long. What? It was like an old show before it was a movie, right? Yeah, it was like a black and white show. It was like a very old show, but just about like a family of. Oh no! Wait a minute. I'm not thinking. That's not the Addams Family. That's some other show. There's a show about like a Halloween family. It was a comic, then a show, then a cartoon, and a movie. Oh, it was a. Oh, okay. There was a Addams Family. The Munsters. Okay, that's. I think I like remember being little and seeing that on Nick at Night. Also, I guess I'll say I'm an alien. For anybody who joined, I'm an alien, and all the memories I talk about being a kid come from false memories implanted by the CIA so I could assimilate better into society. So if I ever talk about memories as a kid, it's because I'm thinking about memories that were put in my head against my will. The only thing I remember from the Munsters is like one scene that I thought about it. Like I saw it when I was very little. Was the Frankenstein dad was talking to the Dracula uncle, and he was like learning how to drive, I think. And the dad was like, am I gonna have to drive a big SUV? And the Dracula was like, no, they only drive those in California. And that stuck with me for my entire life because it was just very confusing as a joke, because I thought that was like it made me think like, oh, is it a thing that California has big cars? Is that just what California is known for, is for having big cars? So, a very weird memory that stuck with me forever. Monsters, Honey, I'm Home, Big Van Dyke, so much. I dream of. just have to go back out to the main place because now I have my bow and arrow and I can hit the things with the eyeballs now. I could hit the targets. That was a glitch in the CIA indoctrination footage. Sham's now obsessed with the joke. It does feel like a psyop joke to like make me think something that like is or isn't true. California does have big cars, but I think it's spread out to other states. Maybe it was a joke about like Hollywood. Oh hey Whittlebean. How are you doing? Yay! We twisted around this hallway. So now I think we should be able to get a key in here. Hope you're having an awesome day. Thank you. I'm having a pretty good day. Oh, we get the boss key here. I was doing a bunch of stuff today. I think I was doing some few item label related work things. Hold on, I should kill this thing. The freaking when will we ever get an Addams Family X Monsters crossover episode? Never, because they're all dead. I think all those people are dead. Yep. I think they're all dead, fortunately. I could be wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I'm going to jump in that hole in there. They made an insanely animated film Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, they made like a 3D movie, didn't they? Where is this? Wait, what? Oh god, what room is this? Their creative sequence genuinely looks really cute. Really? It does? I remember watching the movies, and when I was younger, there were a lot of movies that were from the 90s specifically that had a very specific feel to them, that had like this very like sort of, I don't know how to describe it, weird, very nondescriptive at all. I think honestly it was just the music that all those movies used. Oh no, I think he's gonna grow into a big one. Oh, this guy sucks. You gotta kill him, and if any of them attack you, then you gotta do it over again. John Aston is still alive. Oh. The vibe that I got from like the Addams Family movies, I also got from like Beetlejuice and from like Matilda. I think it was just the music and it being like kind of like a darker but like semi-kid friendly movie. But they were all from like the 90s. Like they didn't really those kind of movies, like I didn't feel like were around. Like 80s kids movies, I like never felt that vibe. Like I also felt it for kind of a little bit for like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and honestly like the music was a big part of it, I think. This is a, by the way, like a super half-baked thought that I'm like just kind of that I just kind of thought about right now. A lot of those movies did have like a very interesting vibe that like was only around in like those specific 90s movies. They truly do make like this anymore. Carl Julia, great Gomez Adams, great M. Bison. Wait, do I have to do anything? I don't think I have to do anything in here. I think I'm in the wrong place. Oh god, so rude. I am gonna go to okay, I got 2 of them. Oh wait, I have a key. What am I doing? I should go through that door that needs a key. I think it might be down here. Or is this the entrance? This is the entrance. 90s movies just had a different vibe. I think it's a different... Oh, this is a 90s movie. I mean, that is true. It's funny, like, saying that out loud because it does sound very cliche. But it's like, oh, it's like 90s movies. There is, like, a certain set of, like, live-action 90s movies that are, like, not rated G, but rated PG. Maybe rated PG-13. That have, like, a, that feel very, funny. James and Giant Peach. Yeah, that was a 90s movie. Man. I said this on my Letterboxd review for Cruella, but I hope Disney keeps doing the Jokerifying of like villains from their older movies. And I want them to do like a Cruella type movie for Aunt Sponge and Aunt Spike from James and the Giant Peach. I just want to know like where those 2 characters came from and like what their deal is, because they just live in this awful place and they just eat like the worst food, and then they just have this like kid that they torment, and they like, I don't know what they do. Bro, reminded me of a better version of Devil Wears Prada. I saw Devil Wears Prada once in my life. I kind of like, I think after watching Cruella, I was like, I kind of want to watch it again. Yeah, it did come out in 1996. That's right. Their parents. Oh yeah, their parents were killed by a Pete. No, wait. How did his parents die? Also, I have a feeling, did I go the wrong way? I think I went the wrong way. Actually, I think I might have gone the right way. Jokerification of Hades from Hercules? Oh, that would be really good. That sounds like that would be like a... that could be fun. Hades was a good character, and his God, who are his 2 like sidekicks? I forget what their names are. I love the wild mechanical sharks and James and Donkeys. I think they just died. They died from something in the sky that like just came to their house and just killed them. Pain and Panic, that was it. Wow, we're really going through the old classic movies. The old Disney movies. If Disney brings him to like some live action shit, they're gonna make him like Loki or something. I agree. Oh, is this one of those, Yep, this is the... Wait till you're, shoot the fire, and then... the eye. Also, hey, did I say hi to you? Hi. Sorry if I missed you saying hello. Always found odd. These flying skulls are... Yeah, the skulls are kind of, I don't like them. I think they're kind of annoying. I'm just gonna pass them. I don't care. They can hang out. Time to go into another hole. Having a little spin in the blood pool room. Brendan, watch out. The ceiling is falling down. I could see that. Could I just run through here? Or no? Sweet. Oh, what are these? Oh, we gotta do a puzzle. Oh, this one should be pretty. That one. I love how hard this puzzle gets. If you mess up this puzzle, which I've done before, and I don't know. I mean, I'm bad at video games, so I might do it again, but it mixes up the pieces and has you do it again. And it gets way harder because you have the pieces in like a specific order, and when they mix it up, it's like all out of. They're like all the pieces are like nowhere near where they should be. The pose in these games are really cute. I love they're not Poes in Majora's Mask, but there's these little like Poe looking like ninja guys. They kind of look like the Ghost Hunter in this game. They're super cute. And when you fight them, they like tell you a secret. But then they blow themselves up, which is very sad. Live action Disney fucking sucks. But if I had to pick a movie to remake, I hope they do Frog, because at least it'll be interesting and it wouldn't be a dead franchise. Is Princess and the Frog, is that the one in Louisiana? I never saw that one. Or am I thinking of a different movie? Oh, it is? Oh, okay. I never saw that one. Oh, look. Look. Oh, is she crying? Is she crying? Oh, so this one you just gotta shoot the real one. Is she? Oh, she's a little guy. I mean, I would be upset too because like I killed all of her sisters. Whoa. That was Princess and the Frog really the last 2D Disney ever made? They promoted. Oh, did it come out at the same time as Up? I don't know a lot about this. They should do a remake of David Lynch's Disney movie. David Lynch made a Disney movie called A Straight Story, which is a really funny name. The Straight Story. It's A or the, I forget which one. It's just about a guy who wants to visit his sick brother, but he doesn't have a car, so he rides his lawnmower across the country. It's a whole adventure. It's a funny movie because you can feel David Lynch's style in it, but it is like a Disney movie. Like there's no like weird, like horrible parts in it or anything like that. It's just a straight story. The heterosexual story. Trying to remember if he has like a. If the old man, I think that the old guy in it, I think he's like either a bachelor or like divorced. I don't think he has like a wife. Is it on Disney Plus? Oh, I don't know. Maybe? Doesn't Disney Plus have like a shitload of like older Disney movies? Like all of their old like straight to TV movies. Also, this I really love this boss. Even though I think this boss is really hard. Oh, it is on there? Oh no, it's Ganondorf. Is that Ganondorf? Looks like him. Oh no, oh, whoa. It's not him. Phantom Ganon. This is fake ass Ganon. I don't know how you figure out which one's the real one. Oh. There's a specific way I think you're supposed to know which one's the real one. The big ladder. Is that you? Nope. Oh, got him. This boss was so hard for me when I was younger. And I'm not sure why. Kind of easy right now. This is what you call in literary. This is foreshadowing for when you fight the real Ganon. Something similar to this will happen when you fight real Ganon. What? I got that one. Oh my god, I'm doing so bad. It's okay. Oh wait. I have some milk. Thanks for letting me drink my milk, Phantom Ganon. This moment brought to you by the American Dairy Association. Ever since I started... Oh, finally. Ever since I started drinking like almond milk and soy milk and oat milk, like I can't drink regular milk anymore. It makes my stomach hurt so much if I just drink like plain milk. Hey kid, you did quite well. Looks like you made light skill. You have defeated my Phantom. When you fight the real me, I think it'll be as easy. I will banish it to the gaps between. Pretty rough. When I got oral surgery like several months ago, my surgeon was like, yeah, you gotta you need to eat soft foods for a couple weeks, which includes like mashed potatoes and milkshakes. Those are the two things he said to me, and I was like, oh, I guess I have to have a milkshake, doctor's orders. And then I had I made one milkshake at home, and it made my stomach hurt so much, and I couldn't drink anymore. Mashed potato milkshake. Oh, look, Asari, it's our friend. She's still a kid. Because of you, I could awaken as a sage. I am Saria, the sage of the forest temple. I always believed that you would come because I know you. No. You don't have to explain it to me. Explain what? Milkshakes. Was this Dr. Dairy? It was kind of like an offhand comment when he said it. He was like, oh yeah, you're not going to be able to eat anything solid, so just have like some mashed potatoes, milkshakes, eat stuff like that. And those are the only like 2 examples. So I was like jokingly after like, oh, I better have a milkshake because the doctor told me to have a milkshake. And yeah. Drinking like a full like milkshake made my stomach hurt really badly, and I felt like I couldn't eat for the rest of the day. Saria will always be your friend. Aw. Is that true? There's Dad. There's my dead father. The tree. I never noticed a leaf like sticking out of his mouth. Hi there, I'm the Deku Tree Sprout. I never noticed that like that Do you see it? Like the little leaf sticking out of his mouth, like a piece of straw. Or am I like, is it just like a weird angle? Oh, it might just be a weird angle. I can't tell. It looks like there's like a leaf coming out of his mouth. It might not be. It might just be a weird angle though. Even after 7 years, they're still kids. You must be wondering why only you have grown up. Well, you might have already guessed. You are not a Kokiri. You are actually a Hylian. Oh, okay. So this isn't our dad. What? I'm happy to reveal this to you. Oh, it is sticking out of his mouth. I'm happy to reveal to you, you're adopted. Some time ago, before the king of Hyrule unified this, there was a fierce war in our world. Between who? They escaped from the fires of the war. Hylian mother and her baby boy entered this forbidden forest. Mother was gravely injured. Her only choice was to entrust the child to the Deku Tree, guardian spirit of the forest. Whoa. Damn. Wow, your mom just died from war? Like general, like just war, fires. Fighting in the cause of death, war. I mean, you know, it's not a... That isn't a like a super far-fetched way to die, because a lot of people do die in war. Is there any information about like the war that happened here? Like who was fighting? There's like 20 people in this world. What war was fighting? Who was fighting? And like why? Mom killed in combat. That's actually a genuine question. Was there like a war in is there any information about it? I feel like I've known you for a long time, mister. That's a really funny, creepy thing for a kid to say to you. Imagine a kid coming up to you and be like, I feel like I've known you for a very long time. I still think you really look like somebody I've seen before, mister. Yeah, I mean, they don't recognize me because I'm not a kid. Fandom article, Hyrulean Civil War. Like reading on the Pokemon Civil. There was a civil war in Pokemon? There wasn't anything we had to do at, there wasn't anything we had to do in there, was there? What the... Moose... I'm gonna look that up after this. If there's like any like information about the Pokemon cartoon, the electric Pokemon gym leader talks about the Pokemon war he fought in. Never. Oh wait, I remember that. Skeleton Club. Wait, I actually do remember that from the show. Like he talks about like fighting in a war and like using Pokemon in war. Joking, it's the Hyrulean Civil War. Oh, what happened? I kind of like the development of Kakariko Village because it's kind of like a weird sort of village that isn't super popular, but in the future it's like a little bit more popular, and it's just because like nobody can live in Hyrule Market anymore because there's evil stuff there. So everybody who used to live in Hyrule Market are just here now. My friend was like, and they should make a gritty Pokemon game set in that. Or did Pokemon Snap never came out, did it? The Pokemon Snap 2? Or did that didn't come out, did it? I feel like I would have heard about it if it came out. A game that I oh, it did? Wait, really? Is it good? I completely forgot. That like completely... Wow, I totally that totally like passed by me. Jeez. Been out for a while. Like the original, just more streamlined. Oh. Can I grab this? Oh. Damn, that like I completely forgot about that. That's like, damn. I'm still RPing like it's 2019. But yeah, my idea for a Pokemon Snap game was like Werner Herzog Pokemon Snap, where you're a documentary filmmaker and you're just filming like at a Pokemon tournament and you just try to make like a movie about it. And in my ideal game, you'd be able to use like a microphone to make little voiceovers, and then have a little video editor, and you could like post your video to something, to like, I don't know, social media, or on like some Nintendo network thing. That was my idea for a Pokemon Snap movie, is you make a documentary. And it doesn't, you don't have to like make a specific documentary in any way. Like you just had to you could kind of just make it however you wanted to. It would be like an art, like a sort of art game. Oh, oops. I shouldn't have gotten that. Didn't know that would have 50 bucks in it. I wish there were more games that let you express yourself creatively. Or let you like kind of build things, but kind of create a game like structure around it that made it easy. That's kind of part of why I really like the Zachtronic games, because they always let you come up with like really creative solutions to problems. See if this works. Open this. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, I know what I have to do. There's a guy rolling around and I gotta stop him. I think he's up a bit. Something bad happened here. Yep, there he is. Oh, is he coming back? Where's he coming? Here he comes. I hope I timed this right. I did. Wow, that was perfect. How could you do this to me? You're Ganondorf's servant. Hear my name and tremble. I am Brendan, hero of the Gorons. Oh my god, I remember this. Your name is also legendary, the Dongo Buster and hero. He's named after you, after what you did at the Dongo's cavern. Dad named me after you. Wow, aw. The cool name, I really liked it. Please give me your autotune to my friend, Brendan of the Gorons. Please help everyone. My dad went to the fire temple. A dragon. I don't. Yeah, we gotta go inside Death Mountain. Aw, the way he's. The Goron crying song sound is exciting. Maybe you'll calm down if you talk to him about the dragon. Dragon named Volvagia. That's so scary. So yeah, we got to beat a dragon with a big hammer. I think we'll be able to do it. Oh yeah, you gotta rescue all the Gorons that are in there. Kind of like a hostage. Is it really? How do you pronounce? Is it Volvagia? 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 Maybe it's Volvagia. Volvagia. My cat is. Aw. Hi, future skeleton. Cat. Hi. Oh, nice. I got the tunic. Sweet. So something I kind of liked about the no, I don't need. What I liked about Majora's Mask was because there were only 4 temples, there was so much more you got to do before you went to the actual temple. Oh, I should probably save. They were confused for a moment because I thought you were a person in front of the TV. Aw. Yeah, Koji roll. Like super tenses up. Oh yeah, you need the hook shot. I guess you could do this whole, like you could do this part out of order. Because you can get the hook shot and come here, couldn't you? Unless if you need to use the bow and arrow anywhere. Something that grows over time, a true friendship, a feeling that, a heart that becomes even stronger over time. The passion of friendship will soon bloom into a righteous power, and through it you will know which way to go. This song is dedicated to the power of the heart. Listen to the bolero of fire. And Song of Friendship. Is Sheik my friend? Yeah, Sheik's doing kind of, yeah, doing good in Volcano. Is anything around, like, here, like, at the bottom of... Oh, there's a heart piece over there. I'll come back for that later. Or not. Hey, Keter. Alright, so this is the temple number 2. This is the fire one. Please. Thank you. It's my best friend, Darunia. You've grown so big since I last saw you. You were just 7 when I saw you. Now you're 14. Ready to fight monsters in a volcano. This is me when I see my high school friend Brendan after a while. Oh, go ahead and try again. Hi, it's me. It's the hero of the Gorons, Brendan. So yeah, so we gotta work together. He's gonna pretty much do like nothing, and I'm gonna free all the Gorons. For instance, he was right there. There was a Goron in a prison right here. He couldn't be bothered to free him, so. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? I'll tell you a secret for saving me. Get into the room for Daruni. You have to do something about the pillar stuck in. Oh, okay, I know what happened. I feel like every time I've ever run into a high school friend, it was always very awkward. Especially because like I'm not on Facebook, so the few times that it's happened, it's always like I truly like haven't seen or talked to that person in like a long time, in a long enough time. Every time I go back home, I like dread running into people. Because it's very awkward for me because I'm an alien. And I have to talk to people who I have like vague memories of planted in my brain. Okay, so I can't do anything more in this room. Yeah, I think this temple wasn't that hard. Like I don't remember there being any like really difficult parts of this temple, but I think this temple also wasn't super memorable either. I just remembered kind of sometimes I have to do like a few weird things to free the Gorons. Wall that you can destroy with the Goron special crop will sound different than a regular wall vehicle. I know that. What happens if I switch to my normal tunic? How much time do I have? Oh, it just gives me like a minute. Oh, okay. God. Scary. What the fuck? Kind of like the music here. I always like vocal samples in games like this. The like shifting the pitch around. So I come in here later. Okay, that just leads to lava. Where am I? How do I get back up? What? Wait, how do I get back? How do I get back up? Did the original track have religious chanting, or was that just a gamer myth? Wait, I don't know. I actually like sincerely don't know. Oh yeah, that's right. I could walk over here because I have the lava. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, how am I supposed to get back up there? Do I need to use a hook shot? Oh. Huh. Okay. I didn't think that would work. I'm glad it did though. It was real? Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that. I go there. Seems like a good place to go. Although I might have already gone here. Oh yeah, I think I could bomb out this wall. track 1.0 had a sample that had a recording of the Basmala and the whoa. I didn't know. That's pretty interesting. Oh, we've already saved a bunch of gold. This level isn't too bad. Or this stage isn't. It's not as I remember this the fire temple being kind of forgettable. But kind of like the vibe here. I'm gonna go there and play the Song of Time. It feels like it feels, I mean, maybe it's just because of the music, but it does have a does kind of have a weird like spiritual vibe that like this is like a holy place. Maybe it's literally just because of the music. This has like a church song, samples a church song. Damn, this got some church vibes. Corns will chill like that. They got the special crop at 414. Can I backflip into it? There we go. No! Oh my god. I think the things that freak me out the most are those awful giant flying Hyrule field. Yeah, those are... I was terrified of those when I was a little kid. It's kind of funny because, like, I don't think those things were meant to be as scary as they ended up being for a lot of people. Is this supposed to... Am I supposed to go somewhere with this? Oh, maybe like onto the... Always moving. The likes I actually weren't super creeped out at because I always thought they were pretty easy to kill. Whoa, Cranky Geek, this was your favorite temple? I never hear this being people's favorite temple. So that's cool. What do you like about this temple? I'm not saying I'm sorry, I worded that weirdly. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I just think that's cool. Like I like when people have an opinion that like not many people do. Because those are the kind of people I learn stuff from. Something like how the adult dungeon is, how the temple have a more Easternite of worshipping the element of the land of Hyrule, considering you have to go through all the cultures and landscapes of Hyrule. That is true. Yeah, I mean they're all temples. So like they're already like semi like they're kind of like just like I always interpreted these places as being like like spiritual, like religious places. Oh, I can't. It was one of the temples that flowed well for me. That is true. Out of the dungeons, I remember this like having the least amount of problems with this one. Like I ran into the least amount of walls. That's a good question. Where is the game? Where's the gamers temple? Folks, where's the gamers temple? When are we gonna finally get a temple of our own to worship in? And it's not GameStop. Is that a Control-Alt-Delete bit? I hope so. If it's not, I'll be upset. That sounds like a Control-Delete. The Church of the Gamer. The Temple of Time because gamers are eternal. That door is open. Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't there a door that had there a locked door somewhere? Gotta be in one of these rooms. Talk about religion. Of a YouTube video. Can I put? Yeah, go ahead. You can post a link. So far, nobody has abused link posting in my chat, so I haven't had a reason to not let people post links, which is very nice, because I feel like every channel I've watched, there's a very strict rule of like, you're not allowed to post like links at all, and I always wondered why. Twink posting. Yeah, I don't have I have a... People are allowed to post twinks in here as well. I don't have a... Most channels have a strict, like, no twink policy, which is kind of weird to me. Okay, what is this video? Highly a religion. Oh... I'd probably be interested in that. Is it just about like the... Are those that looks like the statue from oh yeah, there's nothing in here. Is that the statue from Breath of the Wild? In like the thumbnail? Oops. I'm guessing the bigger channel, there's a lot of young kids who might click on the big display. Yeah, that's true. But like the thing is, like I see that rule like on all like big, like I understand for big channels, like it makes sense because it can be like a spam issue, but like even on like very small channels, I've seen people be like very strict about not posting. I don't know. I guess I trust you guys. You guys have been very nice, and I can't. I'm looking forward to the day when that trust is broken. Actually, I'm not looking forward to that day, but I'm sure something will happen. No, all of you are really nice. And I'm very happy. Where am I supposed to go? Did I miss something? I need to find a locked door. A twing positive stream. Yeah. I mean, this certainly isn't a twink negative stream like most other channels. Most YouTube channels are pretty twink negative, and I don't know why. It seems seems unnecessary. I made the mistake of buying Skywards. I remember when they were announcing that, or when that was like, people were like, oh my god, they're gonna announce Breath of the Wild 2. And then they were like, oh no, it's just Skyward Sword, and everybody did the like, everybody was like, oh man. I can flip the chat with link. This shit, dog. Oh. No, don't, no, dog man. Don't. I feel like if like one person did it, it would be easy to fix. I wonder if you could prevent like individual people from posting links, because if somebody like just new comes and just starts spamming chat. Yeah. Did I miss something? Was I supposed to be able to do something in this room? Also, these things are pretty. I think you can fuck up the wall. Yeah, this back one. Can you? Doesn't sound like I can break it, but maybe there's something I can do. Maybe there's some. I don't think I can break. I don't think I can. Oh. Oh man, is meat spin broken? Wow, rip. I didn't even know it was Flash. But that, I mean, that makes sense that it's Flash. It's so old. Like ancient history. They gotta get Team Meat on the job. I feel like Edmund McMillan would bring. Maybe he would bring, like, figure out a way to get meat spin back online if it's offline. That sounds very funny. I feel like I'm going crazy. Wait, I have a key for a door. It's not in the first room, is it? Maybe it is. Like in this room? No, because I go in here and this just has like a... yeah, that just has like a gate right. Have I had any trouble with hate raids? No, nobody cares about aliens. I'm probably never gonna have a problem with that. I think I know one person who it happened to, who I won't say who it happened to, because the thing, so yeah, nobody hates aliens. That's actually not true. A lot of people do hate aliens. the thing you're supposed to do, which I kind of like learned to do, but or I kind of like intuitively figured this would be the right thing to do, but like if you get hate rated, like really the only thing you can do is just ignore it and until it goes away. But the problem is that you can get banned. You can get banned from, because like a lot of hate raids can just be designed specifically just to get your account banned. Remember that time when the hate raided by the CIA? Oh boy, yeah, I remember that. Not fun. Okay, I can't go up here. This is what I was supposed to do this whole time. I forgot about climbing up that gate. Yeah, I hope I don't get hate rated. That would suck. It just sounds like a headache, and I mean, and it sounds pretty bad if you like use Twitch as your main source of income as well. Oh, these guys are cute. Oh. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh. Okay, I messed that up. Wait, what was I supposed to... Oh, I was supposed to get up there. Ha ha ha. I think, like, have they addressed it at all? It does seem like it does seem like a tough problem, and it seems like the kind of problem that Twitch is like, I'm sure are like trying to figure out, but it isn't like a yeah, it's, I mean, yeah, they should be putting more resources. It's a very weird situation because it's like a I'm sure there are people who work for Twitch who genuinely want to you know, want the hate raids to stop, but the reason that they won't fix it overnight, I mean, for a couple reasons. One of them is just that, like, it is a genuinely hard problem that would require resources and time to fix. But, like, the other reason is that, like, despite them happening, like, I don't think that hate raids are enough of a, are really hurting Twitch's bottom line at the end of the day. So, and what are streamers gonna do? Like, not stream? Like, go somewhere else? So, like, there's no, like, unless if there's, like, a like, strong streaming competitor that doesn't have that problem, or that, it's a big enough problem that it actually starts hurting Twitch's bottom line. I feel like they just, like, won't. They'll just be like, yeah, we'll work on something, and just won't put that many resources into it, and we'll put more resources towards something that makes some money, because that's how business. When you are on fire, you can put it out by swinging sword. Already knew that. If they gave some creators more access to toggles, it would be very fixed, like banning bots, limiting within a time frame. Yeah, like also the hate raids that do happen, like also don't target like. I'm sure if like Shroud and like whatever Dr. Lupo, like I'm sure like what if all those big streamers were getting hate raids and it was actually, and they were saying, they were like, oh, I'm gonna stop streaming because of this, then they would probably pay attention. But because it's like you know, it's not like small streamers, like it still happens to pretty big streamers, but it's just like streamers that like people who are calling the shots at Twitch don't really care about. It's stupid. I guess I can't in this room yet. Okay. They just kicked the can down the road for a while. And I am sure, yeah, like they'll kick the can down the road for as long as they can. Until like, they'll kick the can down the road until they're losing money. Until they're like actually losing money. They have no reason to care. They might like pretend they care, but that's with like any large company. That's not like limited to Twitch either. Like any company facing a problem like that would react the same way. As much as a company will tell you how progressive they are. They'll only be progressive insofar as it makes them more money. Because they don't answer to, they answer to shareholders. Games, you can guys, the next game MatPat told. Oh yeah, MatPat's wrong. Fuck MatPat. Also, hey Diaphine, how are you? I was talking about how I haven't been hate rated yet. I honestly I doubt I'll be hate rated. I feel like, I don't know. If I get hate rated, I'll just be like I don't know. This channel's so small that like I feel like it would be very easy to deal with. You're sleepy. Aw. Oh my fucking god. Oh, why did I do that? No. Oh. I'm fine. I'm fine. This is fine. It's fine. It's no big deal. We'll just go back. I don't think this is that big of a deal. This actually isn't that big of a deal. I think in one of these rooms, I just go up a thing, like a little floaty thing, takes me back. MatPat is so horribly desperate lately. Is he really? Like, I mean, is his shit more desperate now? I want to see like I would love to see like very desperate MatPat content. Because that sounds very funny to me. Oh, I have to go all the way back up. And MatPat can't find that anything anymore because of Scott is now. Also now he theorizes about food. He does have like, so I mean, yeah, MatPat like maybe there should just be one YouTube watch party where we just watch like it's just a pure MatPat night. I really want to like deep dive into MatPat with everybody. I really want to like dig out everything that's in his brain and just like, because looking through his thumbnails does feel like you're going crazy. There are like some of the videos will just be like, it's just MatPat like just trying to making shit up of like Link's dead or Link's not dead but you're dead. The truth about the truth about Zelda. You are Zelda. There are some, like, just going through his thumbnails where, like, they almost feel like just a parody of those types of videos, which is kind of tight. Didn't he cry on camera because people kept shitting on his content? Is that true? That's funny. That would be weird if that was genuine. I feel like if you're making content to that tier, you have to have some amount of self-awareness of what you're doing. Like the kind of, like, you have to have some sort of awareness of like the kind of trash you're making. Otherwise, like, you'll just go crazy. I don't know. Game theory videos are 60% finite. Cost the game. The 40%. This new Nintendo character has a mental illness. That's why the game is so weird. He has the few movie ones I saw. Did we ever in a watch party? Did we watch the one that was like why Jigsaw is right? That one's fucking crazy. He really does do a like. He does have a very crazy argument for why Jigsaw is right. Did we never watch it? Man, all right. Man, this Saturday I was gonna do a watch party, but like I'm not sure yet because I still have to I wanted to ask Jay if they wanted to join Lonnie. I'm not sure if they're both gonna be busy because it's always really fun doing watch parties with them. But also WarioWare is coming out, and I low-key like kind of want to play WarioWare, the new WarioWare game. Didn't Jigsaw trap someone for not getting over the death of his son that happened a year prior? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jigsaw traps a lot of people for very stupid reasons. He trapped somebody for like smoking cigarettes. Jigsaw is kind of the sort of like, it's like a physical manifestation of the way like most laws are crafted, especially like American laws, where if somebody wants to get you in trouble, they could. There is some law everybody's always breaking, always. The concept of MatPat eugenics is gonna fry my brain. Oh my god, tussle toes. MatPat eugenics. Yeah, it's very punitive and like just also just very like a lot of times just very arbitrary and just also very also tending to like target very vulnerable people. Brendan, I hear Goron voices down below. Okay, all right, let's go down. He made a video about how Thanos was right. Oh, that's the, yeah. Is that just like the eugenics one? I kind of, oh, what's his argument in the Thanos one? Yes, you're free to go. Here's a tip for rescue. Temple, you're sure to meet up with some creatures that dance as they attack. Arrows won't hurt them. Looks like you might need some of the Goron special crop. Oh! I think I remember that boss. Having saw one happen the day before 9/11. That is such a... Does that guy's phone in it, is it 910 or 911? No, it was a... Genocide actually has more benefits than multiplying the universe's resources. Oh, that's tight. I think my favorite kind of takes are very famous YouTubers who like accidentally fall into very horrible ideologies for like very stupid, naive reasons. Oh, what's up there? Also, like the Law Hoffman just fucking kills people. True. I didn't mean to fall down here. Ah. Yeah, Hoffman is just a murderer. That's part of why I really like Hoffman as like a character in the Jigsaw Quotes account, because he really is just like a stupid guy who like uses Jigsaw to just do like just kill people he either thinks are just stupid or just inconvenient to him. Outing yourself as you've done this in normal videos. This is the funniest fucking way to do that. The movie Bob route. It's very funny, but it's constantly happening. All right. One day, maybe one day we'll just spend it watching MathPad videos. Not just his video game theory ones, but the food theory, other theory. Oh, wait, I didn't even see this. Also, I have two. Oh my god. All right. Whoa. Whoa, what? That was weird. I didn't know. Probably because I hit off the wall. You guys have to understand, I'm using a very shitty controller right now. So doing like very precise moves is hard. But I think I unlocked a shortcut, so it should take less time. Call them centrist, true. I don't think MathPad is a sociopath who does come across the type of guy to say, actually, the villain was making a fair point in situation. Yeah, that to me, it's just like, yeah, that's like, I mean, yeah, centrist. Or just very like naive people who are easily swayed by listening to an argument for something. Like if some and I feel like that's the case for a lot of YouTube people, because their job isn't to debate or to do any sort of like critical thinking on anything like important. They play video games, or they like do, I don't know, something. Was the N64 controller really that bad? I never used one. I'm using like a fake N64 controller. So this is definitely like worse than like the regular N64 controllers, because I think with the regular ones I the thumbstick wasn't as like weirdly sensitive as this one. Okay. I needed to go. Oh wait, I didn't go through that door. I think can I go up here? Yes, I can. That jump from that ledge up here, I didn't know I got stuck there for so long. I remember that being like just, I remember that specific ledge because of how long I was stuck on it. Hey, we're in this room. This is a room I remember. It's a very big cool room. The kid, I thought it looked kind of cool. I loved it. I like the N64 controller. I like how weird it is. It was future for sure. Also, hey voodoo person. It was very like, it was very novel. We don't see that anymore. Now controllers are pretty much have all like aligned into the same button configuration that everybody's familiar with. Which is probably good. It's probably good for developers because they could expect anybody who's playing a game console to have a kind of a similar button layout. Okay, I think I'm completely blocked. Ah, I keep on making mistakes over and over in my life. Whoa, there's two people who want me to be famous. Oh shit. P Gundam is in the house. Oh, they're banned now. Thanks, Future Skeleton Club. Whoa. Pazuzu. God, I feel like there's a bit there with those bots. Imagine the Dreamcast controller, picture it in your head. I can picture it in my head. Please. Oh wait, what does he say? Please don't eat. If you eat something like me, you'll get a stomach ache. Aw, you'll be sorry. Aw, that's really sad. That sounds like a little kid trying to convince somebody not to eat them. That's like, that makes me want to cry. I keep on fucking up and hitting these firewalls. What? VMU? Wait, what are VMU? Hold on, first I need to figure out a path. VMU was the Chow Garden thing. Oh! Visual memory unit. See, I never owned a Dreamcast. I always thought those were really cool though. The like little slot that goes into the controller. I'm surprised there was never any other console that did that. That someone modded Doom into one of those. Oh, God, probably. That's so cool. I remember this little guy. I remember this little fucking guy. This guy's cute. The laugh he does after going into the fire. So good. And then he turns into this little guy. Oh shit. That was easy. He's a cute boss. Especially when he's like, wait till I get big, and then he goes, ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, but is this a ROM hack? This is so unfamiliar to me. No, this is vanilla. This is vanilla Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Yep. Why is he not on fire? Oh, that, I mean, there could be parts of this that like just don't work. That boss I remember because of that laugh he does. But yeah, it's always kind of funny revisiting, especially this game, because I don't play the Ocarina of Time like as much as I play some other games. Like, for instance, like Mario 64, I have memorized. Like but there are sometimes like parts of this game that like I'll even like bosses and enemies and stuff that I'll come across and I'll be like, I don't barely remember this guy. Whoa. Never come back to us. Oh. Yeah, like this is it is really funny like revisiting these games because you also kind of realize like how much is in these games and like how much of those like actually kind of like how much of it was maintained via like maintained culturally via like merch and memes and shit. There's just a lot of parts of this game that you just don't remember because like I don't know, just people just don't post screenshots of it, or like you don't see it in like in videos or whatever when people are talking about this game. Also, new item, a big ass hammer. Cool. Oh, I wonder if I should have went down. Oh yeah, it's like still gotta try it. There was one stream where I was trying to set it up really quickly before and I just didn't have enough time and I never tried doing it. I should though. I was watching, somebody showed me like multiplayer I don't know if it was I think it was Super Mario World. Like it was like a multiplayer Super Mario World and it was super laggy for some reason on purpose. Or not on purpose, but it's like expected behavior. Oh, I gotta go back to here. I gotta get those little boxes. So much of my early childhood. in Mario's overalls green instead of actually playing the vanilla game. That's really funny. Just trying to get a ROM hack. I was like the opposite. There were so many times on the internet where I would see people doing crazy like ROM hacks, and I would just be like, whoa, that looks crazy. This is probably impossible to do, and I just would never try. And it wasn't until like I got to like high school that I actually tried doing I don't know, messing with like game tools and stuff. That really only came with like after like getting it, like learning more about like game development. I think if I hit this down, I will go to the boss. I don't want to do that yet. I'm kind of sad that I never well, I'm sad for the memories implanted in my head. I'm sad that I never went to a school that I didn't grow up at a high school or school period with like computer science courses. I really didn't learn about anything about programming or computer stuff until college. And I remember like even telling I had a college counselor and telling her that I wanted to do like video games as a career. She was like, that's not something you can do. But then I like showed her that UC Santa Cruz had a video games program, and she was like, wow, I didn't know that you could do that. I thought that was just fun. That was just like dumb stuff. Oh. I think I'm gonna get really hurt. Oh, no. Not hurt at all. She's right though. Kinda true. She did help a lot. She did help me a lot to get into it. So I am thankful. That was almost like a class I want to learn Japanese. That with. Well, that's not a language you can get a job here with. Damn. It's such a... I've heard stories similar to that from like friends getting into games. Just living in like small towns and then being like, oh, there's like no opportunities here, and like even the schools here like don't teach anything. But the nice thing with like YouTube and shit is that there are a ton of resources online. So people who actually want to get into something and live in a place where not a lot of like resources exist, like there's something better than nothing. Can't speak English or Wait, really? Wait, Pazuzu, really? Or were you just saying that as a joke? Oh. Need the hook shot. Well, I'm Japanese, but It is very hard to learn a language, especially if you live somewhere where nobody speaks that language. It is much easier to learn a language when you're like constantly surrounded by it. I have a friend who's trying to do this one like method for learning Japanese where he's like, I forget what it's called, there's a specific name for it, but it's when you immerse yourself in like in like everything in that language. And what that means is practically like what that means like for day to day is like all the video games and like stuff he watches and plays, he just has it in Japanese, and even if he doesn't understand it, he still watches it. And he'll like watch movies and like he'll like learn some things, but then there will be a lot of words he just won't know, and he'll try to make like flashcards for it. I think so far he's like learning a lot, but it still seems like pretty it's like it's a way of learning that attempts to substitute not living in a place where everybody's speaking a language, which is really the best way to do it. You know, it's very good to speak both English and Spanish. I can write just fine, but like my tongue is not accustomed to speak both languages. Oh, I was gonna say Pazuzu, because like you're like, I don't know, you write English very well, so that's why I was like kind of surprised and thought you were joking. But that makes sense. Trying to speak. Well, I only speak one language. I guess I can program in languages, but that doesn't really count as a language, a spoken language. MIT open courses for comp sci is way better than trying to learn language, whatever recorded stuff. For sure. Yeah. I had a computer science teacher when I was in college who like who actually like he was a wizard. He was just like insanely like, he had like if he had like a character build, there would be like 0 on all of his skills except like computer science and I guess just like languages. Because all he knew how to do was program, and he also was fluent in like 7 languages. But other than that, he had like 0 social skills. He was like the most awkward person to talk to. And like couldn't really like function that well as just a human. But he was like, he would like find like bugs in like the C like standard library for like fun, just as like, do I speak English? I don't. To tell me in C++. I actually really don't like C++. I don't really like even though I went to school for computer science, I don't like doing computer science. I don't like doing the like super low level shit. I just don't care. I don't care about like, I want like a programming language to do everything for me, all the stupid stuff for me, and I just want to like make a cool game. Yeah, not really. Actually, I remember reading a while ago about how like memory management specifically isn't as difficult as people think it is. And that but yeah, I just don't care. I just want to make games. This guy, this dragon is kind of cute. Oh shit, he's dropping rocks. Hold on. Long gone are the days where your comp type professor was just some dude that looked like miniature RMS. He looked like I mean, he was just like an older guy. I don't know. He was he did look like a wizard because he was like older. He was, but yeah, I don't think he didn't really look like RMS. He didn't look like a Linux guy. He didn't have that like Linux look. He just had like old guy who is he looked like a you know who he looked like? He looked like a he wore like a white shirt and he wore like pocket protectors every day. Like he looked like a nerd, like those stereotypical nerds that you see in like cartoons that like don't really exist, especially like not anymore. Oh, I died, but I think I have a thing. Cool. Okay. The ember particles are pretty good. I'd like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as, in fact, GNU Linux. Or as I've recently taken to calling it GNU plus Linux. Linux is not an operating system unto itself, but rather another free component of a fully functional GNU system made useful for GNU core lib. Shell utility, vital system components comprising of a full OS. I'm not looking at the screen, but I'm looking at chat. I'm like not looking at this fight, which I probably should be because I'm gonna die. Oh shit, I'm like actually low on health. Okay. Baba Ganoush. Thanks, Listening Garden. Please just die. Oh my god, I didn't hit him. I'm definitely not a Linux person. I did, I guess, being DevOps for a little bit, I did learn like how to use like Unix, like how to use like Linux in like a server setting. Finally got him. And I can do like command line stuff, I guess, and whatever. But I don't have that kind of brain. Remember, they got upset. Next reader got a mascot. I run Linux, but you hide your shame. You shouldn't hide. You don't have to hide your shame here. There was a while I had a laptop. I had what did I have on it? It was probably just some stupid like just like it was probably just whatever, the Ubuntu or whatever, the most like user-friendly Linux distro, but like I was playing it, I was using it, and I was like, oh wait, I have to like do stuff to get this operating system to work, and I just like hated it. Oh yeah, also we beat the dungeon. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate what you did. Thank you on behalf of the entire Goron race. Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure I just had Ubuntu. Is there anything more nerdcore than running an OS called Fedora? Man, why don't they make a... Is there a cool... What's the coolest Linux distro? What's like the... Is there like one that's like actually like really cool? Arch Linux? Cool in like a... This would be cool to anybody, not just cool to... the people who are interested in Linux. Whoa, I like the color of that medallion. It's like not... It's like... It's like slightly pink. Whoa, Hannah Montana OS. Oh shit, Hannah Montana Linux. Don't forget, now you and I. All right, that was it. I guess we saved the Goron. I don't know if there's anything else we can... Oh. Oh. I think there might be something we can do over here. Oh. It probably really hurts to fall in the lava, huh? That was a really stupid question. Oh, it's actually really cool. There's something around here. It's like a I think one of the fairies, great fairies is here. Oh, apparently IDW Comics accidentally paid Sonic Trans. Wait, IDW Comics? Like intellectual dark web comic? That's pretty tight though. Wait, what's IDW Comics? Oh, is that like the Archie comic? Archie? Whoever makes Archie? That comic? Those comics? Oh. Intellectual dark web comics. Just the most like dry, pedantic comics. I forget what she gives. I think she gives us like double magic. Sonic dropped Archie into IDW. Oh, really? Oh, nice. Okay, so wow, JJ, you're published by the You're published by the intellectual dark web. You know. Imagining Jordan Peterson webcomic and frowning. Man, it would just be those type of, you know, when you're little and you read like wait a minute. Do they this is going to be a stupid question. Do they still have like newspaper comics? Does that still exist? Because I realized like I haven't looked at a newspaper in such a long time. And I specifically remember watching a documentary about like, it was literally like people who made like Sunday comics and them complaining that nobody's reading like their comics anymore because everybody's reading like internet comics. And I remember like the whole time watching that documentary being like, wow, these people really had the easiest fucking job in the world, that they could make the worst comics on a daily basis. They can make like one comic a week and like feed an entire family with the money they made with it. But now like the Walden book. When I was younger, and I used to work when I was in high school. There was a while where I worked at this ice cream shop in the mall, but like my shift always started for like around like an hour and a half after getting out of school, and so I always had like an hour to like just hang out at the mall. And I would always, one of the things I would always do is go to like Borders Books, and they had Mega Tokyo there. Like I would just read a bunch of manga, and I remember just picking up Mega Tokyo one day and trying to read it and just being like, oh, this sucks, and just like I never read it again. I picked it up once and read it and just looked, and like I was just like, this looks bad, this sucks. And like it's just really funny thinking now like how much that's just as a joke reference. I immediately like hated it. I guess I was kind of a manga shroom. Wait, I've never heard that term manga shroom before. That's really funny. Where you're planted firmly in the manga aisle. I mean, I would do that like before my shift at work. It was kind of nice because I was like the only person there. It was like a small one. I never got bothered. Except one time I was reading it was a very memorable moment because it was the only time somebody like talked to me while I was reading manga at Borders. I was reading Loveless, that one like the cowboy, that like the Catboy manga, and a girl like came up to me and was like, "Is that Loveless?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." And she's like, "That's yaoi, you know that, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Okay, that's kind of cool." And I was like, "Okay." And then she's like, and then she just left. It was an awkward interaction. What am I supposed to do now? Oh, we gotta go to the water temple. Yeah, Borders was cool. Rip in peace, Borders. Now there's just what big bookstores are left? Barnes and Noble. Imagine approaching someone holding some yaoi manga, asking them if they know what they're reading. I went to Borders and would read like manga, but I also there was this like hat shop, like it was a Lids, which I think still exists, those like sports hat shops. One of the guys who, oh, it's a Poe. Hold on, I want to get this Poe. Fuck. Lids will outlive us all. I knew like one of the guys who worked at the Lids, and so I would just go there and like I just became friends with like everybody who worked at this Lids, and just because like I don't know, I would just talk to them, they all thought it was funny, and like they just kept on giving me free hats. Because I think they just all were constantly shoplifting from lids, and they like they would just do, I forget what they would just like steal hats, but they would like write something in the book to like make it so that like nobody ever knew they were stealing hats. And they gave me like a shit ton of like just like snapbacks, and I never really wore them because I didn't really like wearing hats, but I had a bunch of hats. Oh. They were doing their job. Yeah, free hats. It was a fun place to hang out. Those are the two things I did. I would just read manga at Borders, or just hang out with like a bunch of guys at a sports like hat store. Am I supposed to? Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to go here yet. Oh, maybe I go to that house. I think that this is like the research guy's house. Maybe he'll have something for me. I kind of forget how to like kickstart the water temple. Oh no, I remember. I have to go to. I gotta go to the Zora's cavern. Let's talk to this guy. Hello there, son. I'm researching the process of making medicine by mixing Lake Hylia's water with various unusual compounds. Oh man, researching. Perhaps you've met this old lady from the potion shop. Okay. I like the little things that are on that are in he's like in his test tubes. Those like little octopus looking guys. The crab. Yeah, we're gonna come back here because I think there's a whole quest to do for getting the big cool sword. Actually, I don't know if I want to do it. Maybe I'll do it. It's much better to do the sword quest in Majora's Mask. I want this first. Anti-gamer. It's true. I don't. No, the reason I don't want it is because it's a double-handed sword, and I don't really like those swords. The sword that you get in Majora's Mask for doing the quest is a lot cooler. I guess I could do it if people want me to. It is kind of a fun, interesting quest because you got to go back and forth to like a bunch of different places to do it. So now I gotta go to Zora's domain, and it's gonna be fucked up. Then I gotta go to a cavern, and I think I'll get the iron bit. Heavy sword sucks. Jams definitely needs to use it. That's true. The sword isn't real. That is very important to keep in mind. None of this is real. Low any percent heavy sword only. Did I not get that? I thought I got that heart piece when I was a kid, but maybe that's an adult heart piece. Oh, what is? Doesn't Navi say something like, "There's a cold breeze coming from an Arctic wind is blowing from Zora's river"? I remember that because it was like it felt very like, oh, we don't know how to direct the player to that area. Just tell them, oh, it's cold over there. Maybe you should go. I think Zora's domain is a little different. There we go. Mashing buttons too quickly. Everybody. Zora's domain. Yeah, it's frozen. Sucks. I really like the Majora's Mask gold sword. When I was really little, when I was like a small child, I used to draw stuff from Majora's Mask, and I loved drawing that sword because I remember when I was little, I had like gold gel pens, and I would try to draw that sword. Yeah, the noise they play when you fuck up a song is really funny. Oh, this is the best camera angle. Everybody always shits on the water temple. Fine, whatever. It's not that bad, but people don't talk about I rarely ever hear people talk about the ice cavern. I remember really liking the ice cavern, but I also haven't played this game in a while, so we'll see how good it is. Also, oh damn, it's almost 6 a.m. there. Oh, have a good morning. Good morning, Future Skeleton Club. Yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you have a good day. It's like 10 p.m. here. I really like the music in the ice cavern. I love like old icy video game themes. God, this fucking spike thing is so scary. Oh, there's another one. Folks, the ice cavern fandom dying, folks. Nobody. Ice cavern's not so hot anymore. You hate? Oh, whoa! You hated it. It was definitely like challenging. I think I just liked the music and like the ice theme. I also think that's the first time we see those these ruples. So like they're like red coins. Came from here. I think we gotta go up. I don't even remember what happens at the end of this. Like, I don't even know if you fight a boss here. I don't think you do. Maybe you do. I don't think you do, actually. It could upset me emotionally. It was definitely like difficult because of the like these bats fucking sucked because they froze you. It is sorry, it's very ooh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I got him. Nice. Because of what it was happening with the Zoras. Oh. That makes sense. This blue fire. I think so. Oh. Okay, I think you just have to put it in a bottle. Yeah. I kind of like the logic in these games of like, if things get frozen, it's okay because you just have to unfreeze them and then they're fine. Which I think most, that's very like kid logic. Oh, I'm not. I thought that was it. Yeah, yeah. Slipping and sliding around isn't fun. I think I just really like the music here. And yeah, being able to like capture blue fire. Pretty cool. I wonder why they came up with, or how they like, why they came up with like blue fire and red ice. Like, what was their, if they were just doing that just to be like, oh, it's like something different, so it's more noticeable. I think so. I got the map. Oh, and now I have blue fire, so I could unfreeze walls now. I think the only, you know what's funny? Like, when I was younger, I didn't really think that much about the Zoras. Because the only one I knew was Princess Ruto and like her dad. But besides that, like, there's no real, like, not a ton of Zora characters. Whereas I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I talked to the Gorons more, or I had some like a weirder connection with the Gorons. I don't know. I felt sorry for the Gorons a lot more than I did the Zoras. Maybe because the Gorons were kind of snobby. They are kind of a little narcissist. They are kind of narcissist. Think about it. The Zoras are much more cooler in Breath of the Wild, I think. and also are much more interesting in Majora's Mask because they have like a whole like interesting world and like stuff going on. Whereas in this game, they're kind of like, we're the proud Zoras. We're very cool and also snobby. Those are just kind of their traits. Yeah. Yeah, whereas in Majora's Mask, like, there's a whole band, and you get to learn, like, each of the members and all of, like, their anxieties. Especially, like, getting so close to the end of the world. Can I get this one with a hook shot? Oh, I can. Nice. I'm not trying super hard to do the gold Skulltulas because I don't really have a super. I don't feel super invested. Ooh. I'm just gonna throw this one off. We're all the same guy. That's true too. I think one of the benefits of in Majora's Mask of them reusing assets is they got to make a ton of new assets on top of the assets they had from this game. So they could make a ton of unique characters for each of these places instead of just having same old guys. I think, did I use all my fires? No. Oh, how do I get... Ooh, I gotta think about this one for a sec. Okay, I can... Let's see, I can push it down here, but then it'll be... Basically, I'm trying to just get it right here. But the way these types of sliding puzzles work, I might be able to just do it this way. Oh no, but it'll hit that one. These kinds of puzzles are always funny. I feel like every Zelda game has this puzzle. I might be able to jump from here. Yep. This would really suck to get to here, not have a blue. Oh, there is a boss here. I don't know if this is the boss. This is a really cool room. I love this room. I don't know. Was this a room that was just for that wolf? Was that the wolf's room? This is the room where you get the... I'm pretty sure this is the room where you get the iron boots. Yep. So heavy you can't run, so heavy you can't float. look who it is. It's our best friend. Meet again, Brendan. You come here to meet the Zoras. You wasted your time. All there is. One exception. The Zoras are now sealed. Thick ice sheet. I managed to rescue the Zora princess from ice, but he left to head to the water temple. Oh man, so they really are just all dead, aren't they? Face evil curse, the monster in the water temple. Ice will never. Iron boots. Every time I see baby shoes never worn, I think of somebody said to say that, but in like the theme of Spider-Man. So it just sounds like baby shoes never worn, cause baby was never. So I can't read that without like hearing it in that tone. This song's simple as hell. This is a pretty sick room, though. I really like the walls. Good parallax effect. Hey. Brennan, I'll see you again. Please hang out with me. I really want to hang out with somebody. Maguire wore baby shoes on the set of Spider-Man. Is Tobey Maguire gonna be in the Spider-Man? Weren't people talking about that? About Tobey Maguire being... Oh. But could I just leave? I should probably get some blue fire if I could unfreeze the king. King Zora. This is going to the entrance. Never mind. Gotta go the other way. Gotta get some. Oh no, this is the wrong. I didn't want to go this way. They had revealed it through. So Disney blew their load too quick, so now it's just a spectacle. I think what's fun, like is it confirmed that that's true? I thought that was just people were thinking that like that might be like it was just speculation. I'm not a big I don't know a lot about superhero movies. Man, please don't hurt me. I just want to get some blue fire so I can bring it back. I have a feeling I probably went the wrong way, and I could have found blue fire probably somewhere else. Oh my god. Toby said he wasn't gonna be in it. Pretty much confirmed apparently. Andrew Garfield. Toby said he wasn't gonna be in it, but it's pretty much confirmed. Apparently Andrew Garfield as well. Oh. Bro, I know. I think I watched like half of one of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies super long ago. So like I haven't really seen them otherwise. Or if I wonder if I should see them. I think out of all of the superhero movies I've seen, the Spider-Man ones were the most were like the most fun and like felt the most normal. I think because at least all the Spider-Man movies I've seen never felt like it was trying to take itself too seriously. Take itself too seriously in the way that like is actually kind of nice and not insufferable, the way that it can be in like Joss Whedon's superhero movies. 1 and 2 R3 is sort of full, you can tell. Sam Raimi wasn't allowed to do. Oh. I think I also said on here before how I like the format of Spider-Man movies better, because in it he's not really like part of like all the crazy big stuff. He just kind of has his like small moments outside, and the bigger guys are just like, yeah, keep up the good work. And anyway, see you later. Don't get in trouble. So he's a superhero, but he's not really a superhero in the obnoxious way that all the other superheroes are. He's not like from some stupid like planet, or he doesn't have a bajillion dollars and is like running a bunch of stuff. Spider-Man 1 and himself seriously, you can sort of see the weird comedic one and way Evil Dead 1 do it. Oh, that's interesting. All right, I'm about to unfreeze the. I think, can I still talk to him from here? Oh, I've come back to life. Was it you who saved me? Don't be nervous. Looks like you have a hard time breathing underwater. As an expression of my gratitude, I grant you this tunic. With this, you won't choke underwater. Oh, I'm glad I unfroze him. So I just wear this tunic that's blue, and for some reason I just don't have to breathe anymore. Deputy Spider-Man, Parkman. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I can't go through here because this is the. What is that? Wait, what is this? Is that snow? Is that just like falling snow? Like clipping into the level? Kind of weird. That's just dandruff. They're like snowflakes. But they're just like stuck to the top of the wall. They're not falling down. That's kind of funny. Like Tom Holland, Spider-Man. They fucking hate the Marvel side. Let's turn this lower class teenager into a billionaire's son. You know, Spider-Man needed to be a rich kid. Whoa, wait. He was Wait, in what Spider-Man is he like a rich kid? I don't think I've ever seen an iteration where he's a rich kid. I always just see him being like a oh, you gotta go to school. And Spider-Man's like, I'm going to school. Tony Stark's adopted son, don't. What? Wait, hold on, is that true? That like he's a... I flip over? No. MCU. Okay, I don't want to know. I'm choosing not to know this. I don't want to burden myself with like more of this type of knowledge. Spider-Man sponsored by Blackwater. This lore is yeah, this is enough. This is enough MCU lore for me in one day. I need to like go this is too much MCU lore. I need to go look up some stupid fan theories about Super Mario 64 about how the entire castle exists inside of Wario's stomach. Spider-Verse was so good. Is that's the cartoon one, right? Sorry, they all like all the names kind of blend in my head. But yeah, I remember that one being good. That one was like fun. And that was, I think after that one, I was like, okay, I feel like Spider-Man's like really the only one that I can that I like just don't hate. Wario is Princess Peach's dad? It's true. Look it up. That would be a really funny theory of just Wario being Mario's dad. The funny thing about that theory is, like, if they just started just like, oh, here's Wario, this is Mario's dad, nobody, like, it would make total sense. Because he's, like, he's just kind of like a wider, weirder version of Mario. And he has, like, a deeper voice. Yeah, Waluigi's, like, your weird, Q-pilled uncle. It all makes sense. Alright, something I realized I was supposed to do. Dadwario.exe creepypasta. I think I was supposed to, I was supposed to play that song in the ice cavern so I could just go straight here. But I didn't. I just walked the entire way like a idiot. Now I'm just gonna... I like that. The cutoff of that screen. Ah! Yeah, this is a slow run strat for sure. Spider-Man is the best superhero that can be a cop or is a villain. It can't be a cop or is a billionaire. I hate that people call Batman relatable when Batman could literally solve all crime in Gotham if he wanted to, but he chooses to beat up poor people. Very true. Also, look where we are, everybody. It's the Water Temple. Everybody loves to hate Water Temple. But it's 10 o'clock and I can't really anymore. And you guys have subjected me to too much MCU lore. I'm just kidding. So I'm gonna end the stream here. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Here's all of my patrons. Thank you so much for thank you so much for patrons. Should join the Discord because our Discord's cool and everybody's really nice in it. There's no drama yet. I stream every Tuesday, Thursday. Normally on Sunday, but this week I'm going to be streaming on Saturday. I'm either doing a YouTube watch party, or I'm going to be playing the new WarioWare, or maybe both. Maybe we're just going to watch a bunch of MatPat videos. Anyway, thanks again for stopping by, everybody. Let's go raid somebody cool. I'll find you somebody cool to watch. Who is on right now? Oh, let's go raid Big Nose Bug. I follow them on Twitter. Their avatar is really good. They're playing webbed. I actually don't know what that is. Check it out. All right. Thanks again, everybody. Talk to you all soon. Bye.